familiar with it, and some aren't. It's called Blue Skirt Waltz. Thank you.
Thank you. Harmon and Gladys Ellis, Kingsland, Texas. Next fiddler is also from Texas, and he's been with us for quite a few years now on the Fiddle Jamboree, and we'd like for you to make him welcome back. Would you please welcome Ron Falconer? Ron? Another Texas fiddler. And to help him out, Elaine Blumenthal playing the bass and Hank Blumenthal with the rhythm guitar.
I'd like to play a group of authentic Irish tunes for you. I'm very fond of Irish music. And so I'm going to start off with one that I think many of you might know. It's called The Irish Washwoman. Now I'd like to play a tune that I think most of you know. It's called The Devil's Dream in America. Over in Ireland, they call it the sweepstake. I'd like to play a tune now. It's a very early-ish tune. It's a hornpipe, and being it is so old, it's called the standard hornpipe. And here's an old Irish tune I'd like to play for you. It's called the Turnpike Gate. I had the privilege of going over to Ireland this summer for 2 weeks, my wife and I learned a tune over there that I liked very much. It's called The Maid Behind the Bar. like to play a tune now that I think everybody here knows. It's called Londonderry Air, sometimes known as Danny Boy. Chord G. Now, this is another tune that a lot of people don't know is an authentic Irish tune written in the old country. It's The Soldier's Joy.
I have a problem. Some people are not able to hear from the talking, so if we can kind of keep it down a little bit, I think it'd be a little bit easier. Maybe we can raise the sound a little bit too. Our next fiddler is from the Central Arkansas chapter of the Old Time Fiddle Association, Arkansas Old Time Fiddle Association, and they've been very instrumental in helping us put on the Arkansas State Fiddle Contest and also the Jamboree, and we'd like for you to make him welcome, and the other members of that group will be out later. This gentleman is E.W. Breeding, Quitman, Arkansas.
Cincinnati or Goodnight Waltz, one of them. We'll see.
We have another member of the Central Arkansas chapter of the Old Time Fiddlers Association, and he's from Rosebud, Arkansas. We'd like for you to meet him, T.L. Townsend, Lee Townsend, Gerald Townsend, playing rhythm guitar.
We're going to try one. I've been to work in the last 2 or 3 days and got some bad sore hands, so I'll probably mess up, but we're going to do our best anyway. We're going to start out with a Fiddler's Dream here. We're going to switch keys here, get over in D and do an old Fiddling Arthur Smith tune that's called the Dixon County Breakdown. Well, about half I play is fiddling Arthur Smith tunes. I thought he was one of the greatest of the old-time fiddlers. We're going to do a waltz that he wrote. It's called the Paris Waltz. Thank you there, and we'll try one more, and I guess it'll be about our time limit here. We're going to switch over now and do an old tune called Boil a Cabbage Down. Thank you very much, sir.
We're gradually getting the schedule filled out for the small auditorium. I think Miss Vanny has a schedule in the back now for the rest of the day in here. We may be adding a fiddler here or there, so you'll kind of have to make some adjustments, a few minutes one way or the other. But this afternoon we'll be accurate every hour. but we might squeeze 5 fiddlers in instead of 4 in each hour. Also, we will have a schedule for the small auditorium posted shortly. The popcorn stand is open in the back. They have fresh donuts and coffee and popcorn, and they'll be open all day. Some of the fiddlers who are here today, I know Texas Shorty has some records and tapes with him, and you want to look those over, and some of the other fiddlers may also have some recorded music with them, and you might want to look at those in the back. This fella coming out here now has been a big part of our fiddle jamborees and our contest in the past. He's a former state champion. He's always in the top 1, 2, or 3 in the state contest. He's also helped out in judging the state contest and the certified contest judge by the National Fiddle Association. And he's got some awfully good tunes to play for you. And I believe he's got a special guest with him this afternoon. He might even introduce to you. Would you welcome, please, Ken Sloan.
Well, it's my great pleasure to be here, and I thank Elliott for letting me be here. You bet. And what we're going to do, we start them young in Arkansas, don't we? This is my little granddaughter. Was 3 in August of this year, and she was here in April, played on the stage. And in about a year or so, you're going to really see her playing. Now, right now, she may pat her foot. I don't know. But we're real proud of her. And I don't know your name. Forgive me. They said you was going to help. Hank and Elaine. And now I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm so happy that this is not a contest. Woo! I tell you, the pressure really gets with it when you're having these contests. So now, with your permission, we're just going to play some old-timey waltzes that maybe you might remember. Now, for the real young people, you might not remember, but what we used to have is good enough for you. Right, folks? You betcha. Yes. To dance? Yeah. Sure. Would you like to come up and dance? It'd help us. Come on up here. Okay, Ashley, are you ready to go? This is going to be in G. G. More pretty girls in one. Okay. More pretty girls in one and G. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ashley Treese Sloan. Ashley Treese Sloan. Are you ready? Okay. She talks a lot at home, but not any here. This one's going to be in the key of G, and it's like I say, it's from a long time ago. And don't you guys get any ideas about this, but this is called More Pretty Girls in One, the key of G. Watching her, and I didn't even do the right tune. Okay, help me out, Ashley. Okay, now we're going to do another old one. Do you remember it? Birmingham Jail? How many of you remember that? Sure you do. Now that's for us folks, okay? If if I can remember how it goes. You ready? Okay, let's go. Are you ready again? You gonna pat your foot this time? Okay, here we go. Let's change it just a little bit, and then we'll be somebody else's turn. You ready?
Okay. Ready? Okay. This way.
Ken's going to be playing some more over in the small auditorium this afternoon. It's with a lot of others. This next lady you're going to really enjoy. She not only is an outstanding fiddler herself, she's been responsible for
Thank you very much, Elliott, and we're going to start off here. Sam's going to kick off one on the fiddle here. I don't even know what he's going to play, but just... Pile of cabbage down. Thank you very much. Okay, that's pile of cabbage down. Now then, I don't know what we got next. We come out here, we don't even...
John's time.
Is it John's time?
Yeah.
I think my pick's about to break in two.
Your turn.
Let me get this capo off here. Okay, let's see. You want me to do a vocal right now? Okay. No. Let's do the Blue Ridge Mountain Blues. D. Do an old song here called Blue Ridge Mountain Blues for you. When I was young and in my prime, I left my home in Caroline. Now all I do is sit and pine for all those folks I left behind. I've got the Blue Ridge Mountain Blues, and I'll stand right here and say my grip is packed for travel, and I'm scratching those gravel for that Blue Ridge far away. I'm a-going to stay right by my ma. I'm a-going to stay right by my pa. Just hang right around their cabin door. No work or worry anymore. I've got the Blue Ridge Mountain Blues. And I'll stand right up here and I'll say, my grip is packed for travel, and I'm scratching those gravel for that Blue Ridge far away. I seem to touch the snowy white. I can see a window with a light. I can hear those home folks recite, where is my wandering boy tonight? I've got the Blue Ridge Mountain Blues, and I'll stand right here and say, my grip is packed for travel, and I'm scratching those gravel for that Blue Ridge far away. I've got the Blue Ridge Mountain Blues, and I'll stand right here and say, we're gonna hunt the possum where the corn tops blossom on that Blue Ridge far away, on that Blue Ridge far away. All right, thank you very much. Now then, it must be John's time. Yeah. You put it off as long as you can, John.
You're the one to do it.
Okay. He likes to play Snow Deer here lately, so he's going to try to do that for you. Sam, how you got? Well, yeah, he cut it off a little bit.
2 more.
Okay. Well, he had 2 fingers sticking up. I guess he meant 2 more tunes. All right. What you got, Sam? Sally Goodin. All right. Anybody out there like the jig band? Another jig band. We got one more tune to do for you here, and this is before the Jamboree starts. And I think, wouldn't you like to hear another banjo tune out of John here?
Yeah.
Let's go, John. Well, what are you going to do? He'll have to study a little bit here. You got one. You don't have to do Snow Deer over, do you? Bill Cheatham, okay. Thank you, folks. And here's Elliott Hancock.
Thank you. Sam and Irving and John are going to be playing around today. They'll be back here at 12:30 for our noon show, which we will have here in this auditorium. And they'll also be playing some this afternoon in the small auditorium. What we're going to do today, we've got quite a few fiddlers, and we're going to get them all on the main stage here. So they'll have anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes on the main stage, and all of those who are interested in doing so will also be playing in the small auditorium over near the restaurant, if you know where that is. So there'll be constant fiddle music in here all day long until about 4:30 this afternoon. And we'll also have some music in the small auditorium, so if you want to take a break and go hear some fiddlers or some that you hear that you like, we're getting the list made up now, and should in another 10 minutes or so have a list of the fiddlers and where they're going to be playing today. And it'll be posted in the back of the auditorium so that those of you who are interested in seeing particular fiddlers, or if you hear somebody you like over here and you might want to hear them again in the small auditorium, you can keep a check on that. Texas Shorty is going to be playing over here at 1:30 this afternoon, and he will play a set in the small auditorium later on this morning, but we will have him here for sure at 1:30 this afternoon. Of course, we'll be playing on the evening show, and I know a lot of you are anxious to hear his music, because it's been a long time since he's been up in Arkansas, this part of Arkansas, and we're glad to have him back again. Now, we're going to start with our fiddlers, and we've got some good ones, and you'll hear a lot of different styles of fiddling and a lot of different fiddle tunes, so I think you're going to really enjoy this day. And we sure appreciate the good weather that we had to go along with it. To start us off is an old-time fiddler who's born here in Stone County. He lives in Mountain Home, Arkansas now. And he has a nice collection of unique fiddle tunes and different tunes. We'd like for you to meet him. Would you bring out Jesse Wallace? Jesse? And helping Jesse out, and we'll get the microphone set in a second, is a couple of fine guitar players too, and we'd like for you to meet these guys. The backup guitar players are awfully important, and they really help make a difference in the fiddle music, and so we appreciate the work of these folks. Bud McMahan from Cache, Arkansas, down on my far left, and Gordon McCann of Springfield, Missouri, over here on my right.
This first one I learned from an old fellow, Calico Rock, on French harp back in the 20s. He called it Rocky Road to Kansas. Thank you. What about over the way? 8th of January. Whiskey before breakfast. Westphalia Waltz. Thank you. Whiskers. Thank you. How about Goodnight Waltz? Been a long time since I did this. I better get some practice. Thank you. Well, one more. Melinda, see. Thank you.
We have some folks that are with us at the Fiddle Jamboree for the first time this year, and they've come all the way up from Texas. And we'd like for you to make them welcome, please. Harmon and Gladys Ellis.
Always have to ask her if she's ready. Our first tune here is, since we've celebrated our 52nd wedding anniversary, we're going to play Anniversary Waltz for you. old grandfather was an old-time fiddle player, and when I was real small, I used to sit by his knee, and I'd say, "Grandpa played tissues." I always liked that, but I meant Fisher's hornpipe. So, so we're going to play the old-time tune called it's Fisher's hornpipe. Being from Texas, we seem like we always had to play something by Bob Wills. So we like to play a little Bob Wills medley made up of about three different tunes. Thank you. Red Wings?
We haven't used up our time.
An old fiddle tune that most all fiddlers learn from the beginning, and I know my grandfather played it, and you hear it a great deal. It's called Red Wings. I have a real good fiddler friend named, I've known him for a long time in Texas, Dale Morris. And he was up in Canada at a fiddle contest. And he heard a real pretty waltz up there, and he brought it back to Texas. And so I'd like it played for y'all. And it's called Capri Waltz. G. Sometimes I have to tell her what gear to get in over there.
She's started them off on the fiddle. We'd like for you to meet Faye Green of Newark, Arkansas. Would you welcome Faye?
Peekaboo Waltz. Cackling Hen. Bill Cheatham. Carroll County Blues.
You enjoyed the Fiddlers so far? I hope that while you're here this weekend, you'll also get a chance to visit in the craft shops. We have an antique show right here in this building. Just you had to pass it to get in, so I guess everybody knows about that. But be glad for you to browse through the room with the antiques. Also, there are a number of displays and demonstrations going on out on the craft grounds. There's sorghum making down on the main parking lot. And all these crafts folks will be glad to visit with you during the day, too. So I hope you'll take some time to visit them. We're going to have our noon show in this building at 12:30, starting at 12:30, and we invite you to stay for that. Right now we have a fiddler that I think you will really enjoy. He's living in Mountain Home, Arkansas, and is one of our regular fiddlers here at the Ozark Folk Center. Would you welcome, please, Mr. Lester Bennett.
I'll try to play an old timer, Over the Waves Waltz. Keep have an old tune I'll try to play for you, Gypsy's Warning. Key C.
morning in D.
I'd like to play you an old gospel number.
Redbird? And what? A.
Lester Bennett playing the fiddle. Well, we're about ready to start up with our noon show. We've got Sam and Irvin and John back out here, and they're going to be playing some tunes for you. We'll probably have a little jig dancing, and any of you feel in the mood to dance for the waltzes or jig dances, just come right on up and join in. But once again, our staff band, Sam Youngar, Irving Freeze, and John Taylor. They're going to be joined by a good friend of ours. He comes over here from Kentucky and spends a few days every year, and we're always glad to have him. Buford Crutcher, would you make him welcome too, please?
Thank you very much. Tell you what, we're going to be playing some fast tunes, about like he just played there. Maybe do a song or two on the show, and we hope we can have a square dance and also maybe some jigging and clogging. But anyway, anytime we're playing something, that if you like to dance, we'll come right on up here. There's steps there and over here. Come right on up, and we'd be glad to have you up here on the stage to dance for us. Yeah, then I don't even know what we're going to do next, boys.
That song you was talking about, I guess.
Okay. All right, I'd like to do a song here then and dedicate it to Mandy's wife. I don't know. They're sitting out there somewhere. Mr. and Mrs., I should finally say it right, Crutcher, Buster Crutcher from Dover, Tennessee. Where are they?
Right over here on the front.
Would you stand up over there and just let people see who you are? Where are they?
They can't do that.
Okay, anyway, they've been married 60 years, and this fellow over here with a mandolin, this fellow up here with a mandolin is their son. There they are right there. Give them a big hand. They come over here every year, and we're always glad to have them. And we're going to do a little song here and dedicate it to them, one called In the Shadow of the Pines.
Are you the baby?
I'm dreaming of an old home where I was born and raised, in a cabin filled with love so divine, where Mom would read the Bible
and Dad would say the prayers to thank the Lord for everything so fine. I miss the roses blooming on the hillside, round the door those honeysuckles twine. All the things that were so dear are just memories so clear that have faded with the shadows of the pine. My trials have been in vain to go back once again to the old home where I was born and raised. And through the faded years, oh, there stands a picture clear of the old home and the shadows of the pine. Yes, I miss the roses blooming on the hillside, round the door those honeysuckles twine. All the things that were so dear are just memories so clear that have faded with the shadows of the pine. Yes, I miss the roses blooming on the hillside, round the door those honeysuckles twine. All the things that were so dear are just memories so clear that have faded with the shadows of the pine. They have faded with the shadows of the pine. Thank you very much. You guys want to play? All right. I'll tell you what. We're going to bring a lady out here from. She comes up here from Vicksburg, Mississippi. Does a real good job on folk and country songs. Think you'll enjoy her. Let's get her out here right now. Theda Shirley. Make her welcome. Take that out if you want to. What are you going to do? What? She asked me if I would sing this with her. I don't know about that. I'll probably just mess the whole thing up, but I'll try to sing on the chorus with you a little bit. Go watch and chain.
Chain love, I will pawn you my gold wedding ring. I will pawn you this heart in my bosom. Only say that you love me again. Darling, how can I stay here without you? I have nothing to cheer my poor heart. This old world would sing sad love without you. Tell me now that we're never to part. Oh, I'll pawn you my gold watch and chain, love. I will pawn you my gold wedding ring. I will pawn you this heart in my bosom. Only say that you love me again. a face that is false but is fair. Oh, I'll pawn you my gold watch and chain, love. I will pawn you my gold wedding ring. I will pawn you this heart in my bosom. Only say that you love me again. Tell me why that you no longer love me. Tell me why that your smile is not bright. Tell me why you have grown so cold-hearted. Is there no kiss for me, love, tonight? Oh, I'll pawn you my gold watch and chain, love. I will pawn you my gold wedding ring. I will pawn you this heart in my bosom. Only say that you love me again. Only say that you love me again.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, thank you very much. That was Theda Shirley. Thank you, Theda. Let's see.
Who wrote you a check?
Mr.
How much is that for?
I can't.
I think
See,
now
Mary.
somebody collect.
Well, anyway, I don't make all these names out here. Can you read that?
Is the square dancers out there, Eddie?
Liz, right there. Charming Betsy.
Okay, this for somebody named Mary and Liz.
I think that's some kind
Etheridge?
of
Mary Liz Etheridge. Okay, that's all one name. All right. This is for their birthday, and they want a song called Charming Betsy. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do here, Sam.
Two-step?
Well, let's do something here right quick. We'll get to that just a little later, I think. Do a fast one for a jig, or do a waltz, or a two-step, whichever. Would somebody come up here and dance? We'd play, let's do a jig dance tune first.
I think maybe there's some two-step dancers there, Wall.
Y'all want a two-step? Okay, then a two-step.
Back there, Irving.
Carroll County Blues. Well, okay, this was, let me look at that again here and get that name right there. Murray Liz Etheridge. I guess this is her birthday. Happy birthday, Mary. And she wants us to do one called Charmin' Betsy. Okay. I don't know, we haven't done that lately. I may not can remember all the words to it, but we'll try it. She'll be coming around the mountain, Charmin' Betsy. She'll be coming around the mountain, Coralie. Now if I never see you again, then good gal, remember me. Well, a rich gal, she rides in a big fine car. Poor gal might do the same. But my gal, she rides on a racerback mule, but she gets there just the same. She'll be coming around the mountain, Charmin' Betsy. She'll be coming around the mountain, Coralie. If I never see you again, good gal, remember me. Now, a rich gal, she lives in a big fine house. A poor gal might do the same. But my gal, she lives in the Stone County Jail, but it's a brick house just the same. She'll be coming around the mountain, Charmin' Betsy. She'll be coming around the mountain, Coralie. If I never see you again, good gal, remember me. Well, a rich gal, she uses a loud perfume. A poor gal might do the same. But now my gal, she don't use no perfume at all, but you can smell her just the same. She'll be coming around the mountain, Charmin' Betsy. She'll be coming around the mountain, Coralie. If I never see you again, good gal, remember me. Please, good gal, remember me. All right, thank you.
All $10 bills would be rich. I'm gonna have to get in on some of them.
Sam, this.
What does it say? I can't see it.
Oh, you can't see it. Okay. Well, this says Pop and Mom from South Haven, Mississippi. They want an old tune called Down Yonder.
You can see that. We've got two to do here.
That must be in big letters for you to be able to read it.
Pretty big. It's on white paper, too, John.
Now,
Make sure.
now on, write it on the $20 bill.
John, that'll be in G.
Okay, here we go, Down Yonder now. Then you might want to come up here and jig dance to this, or clog, or whatever. We'd like to have a square dance if the square dancers are back behind the stage. Thank you very much. We're going to move on the back mics now and play for a square dance. The old-time square dance.
I guess D. What does that say, Irving?
No, can you read it?
Oh, you got it bottom up.
Sing for...
We better play it and read that later.
Here we go. request reader here.
Yonder's another there. You can go get it.
This gentleman that just brought this up here wanted Rocky Top, and that's one we can't do at the Folk Center. It's a little too new for us here. We have to stay back with the old-time songs and tunes back before 1941. So that is a nice song and a nice tune. We'd love to do it, but it's not quite old enough. Now read that. What is it?
Delty Cook, her name. Her birthday, she wants to do a song.
Okay. I'll tell you what, we're really out of time right now. Tell them what it, you talk over the mic there and tell them what it says. I can't read that.
Too small.
Talk over the mic, John.
He can't read without a pair of googles on. It says, Delta Cook, if that name's right. I barely can read. It's your birthday today, and she wants Irving to play a song for her. Or him, or whoever.
Well, we better get started if we're going to do another.
I enjoy announcing this.
Get down
Preacher
there,
and the Bear.
Irving, hey.
I think he made that up. Okay, listen. We're really out of time right here. I tell you what, we got to play one more tune, and he already had a request for Big Sandy.
And the Black Mountain Rag, both.
And Black Mountain Rag, we're going to have to go overtime if we do that. And then later, we'll try to do some of these other requests for you. And we'll be playing some more this afternoon, somewhere around here, okay? Okay, we need some jig measures out here. Okay. We're out of time, but he's going to let us do one more. We had a request from a lady from Texas to do Black Mountain Rag. So that's a fiddle tune that most everybody likes. It'd be another good one to jig dance to or clog to if you'd like to. So we'll do a little of that for you, and then after that we're going to lunch, and we'll turn it back over to Elliott Hancock here. For the swinging what singles from South Haven, Mississippi. All right.
That's right down your alley.
Sure. I'll have to go down there. Here's Elliott Hancock.
Thank you. We appreciate the staff band and all the dancers that came out of the craft ground and came out and helped with the noon show. And this afternoon we'll be sticking, I think, pretty close to our schedule, but the Fiddlers will be playing on about a 10-minute schedule for the rest of the afternoon. Texas Short is going to be playing here in the large auditorium at 1:30 this afternoon. Of course, he'll be playing again tonight. And we will start music back in the small auditorium at 2 o'clock. There won't be any more music in there until 2 o'clock. So now I would like to bring out a fella that's also a member of the Central Arkansas Old Time Fiddle Association. And he's a good fiddler, does a good variety of tunes and some different ones too you might not get a chance to hear. He's been one of our judges for the state contest, and we're proud to have him here this afternoon. Jim Brunson.
Well, we're going to do you a variety. Well, do an old tune that I personally know 14 titles to, so it must be pretty old. The best one I like is the Big-Eyed Rabbit. For all you Oklahomans that's in the crowd, there must be a couple. We're going to do the Oklahoma Waltz. See. Jack of Diamonds in A. It's an old tune, a fiddle tune called Jack of Diamonds. I'm going to do a waltz called the La Golondrina, I think it is in Spanish. That's supposedly Spanish for English, and I can't verify the authenticity. It's just the way I heard it about 20 years ago. D. Simple like Take Me Back to Tulsa and Key of G. Again for you Oklahomans. old tune you'll all know, Corina, Corina, G.
Flowers of Edinburgh, kid, G.
We're going to do a tune called The Flowers of Edinburgh.
Jim Brunson, Conway, Arkansas. President of the Central Arkansas Old Time Fiddle Association, M.B. Breeding from Greenbrier.
First tune I'm going to play is a little bit of Rubber Dolly in A. Next one will be Ragtime and You. Play a little bit of Kentucky Waltz. Up Jumps the Devil. A little bit of
We've got a fiddler now I think you'll enjoy, and he's been over here several times. Jared Burmeister, Fuzz Burmeister from Jonesboro. Would you welcome them, please?
We're going to start out with Faded Love. Jerry's going to kick it off. Thank you. We're kind of putting our help on the spot here. We never did get a chance to go over these songs with them, so we appreciate them helping us out. We got here a little late, and then we got hung up in the cafeteria. So we're going to try to speed it up a little bit here with Sweet Bunch of Daisies. Okay, Jared's going to play some harmony on this one for us. What a Friend in G. I was playing out in the backyard one day and just practicing, trying to catch up with him. And he come out, and I thought he was going to be playing right along with me, and this is what he was doing.
How old is he?
He's 7 years old. Soon be 8.
Never too early to start, huh?
Okay, you ready? Harmony. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're real pleased this year to have with us, I think, one of the finest fiddlers in the United States. He's been the world champion on a number of occasions and has won so many titles. We really don't have the time to list them all here, but among his accomplishments are the Grand Masters from Nashville and also the Texas State Championship. And we'd like for you to bring him out with a nice warm welcome, please. Jim Chancellor, Texas Shorty.
Well, thank you. It's good to be with you, and I've been telling those folks that I've been visiting with this morning, and that it's kind of like a homecoming and brings back a lot of good memories to come back to Mountain View, Arkansas, because I believe I was 16 years old when I played here the last time. Things have changed a little bit. I don't think that this facility was even thought of at that time. It was a on the square fiddle contest, as I recall. I don't know if it was just a jamboree, but I know that we had a great time. We met some great people. I couldn't remember the person's name that I went out to his home and played practically all night. But somebody reminded me it was Howard Wade, and great person. I tell you, I have some really fine memories of those few days that we spent here. I guess I came back a couple of years, and I don't know what made us stop coming back, but whatever. It's good to be back in Mountain View and to be able to play a few old-time fiddle tunes for you. I've got some able accompanists. I had, when I came here the last time, my dad played guitar for me, and he passed away a number of years ago. And our little brother Robert used to go with me a lot, and he got tied up and couldn't get to come with me this time. So revisited with Mr. J.D. Fleming and renewed some old memories about some times we played together in the past, and it's good to be able to play with him. And John Taylor now is going to join us for this part of the program, and we've been back in the back kind of woodshedding a little bit. And I've got my fiddle tuned up in cross key because I guess kind of interesting enough, the old-time fiddlers, many of them played in cross key. Some of them, I guess, never got out of cross key. I know a lot of the old tunes were written so that they sounded really fine in cross key. And this first tune we're going to play is one that I really feel like should be played in cross key. I learned it from Benny Thomason, my teacher, and it was a challenge for me to play it in straight keys until a number of years ago. I finally forced myself because I got tired of retuning. But today, since we're kind of going back into the old-time molds and playing it as it would have sounded a number of years ago, I decided I'd go ahead and do it this way. This is Sally Goodin. Thank you very much. Sally Goodin. I guess the first person that really recorded that and brought it back to life was a old-timer that I met when I was a youngster named Eck Robertson. A.C. Robertson, but they called him Eck. He was a great entertainer, and I guess the first fiddle player that ever recorded for what is now RCA Victor Records. I guess in those days it was another name, another label, but he was the first breakdown fiddler that recorded for them, and I think somebody has reproduced that now. But Eck is playing, as I recall on that album that somebody has redone. He's playing by himself, just really burning it up. Sally Goodin. We're going to do that. We can do it next. Had a request for the Chancellor Waltz. John asked if I knew that. Better. My dad wrote that tune, and I recorded it a number of years ago. And John, I don't know if we had a chance to go through this one, but it's pretty straightforward in C chord, and it's one of the nicest waltzes that I play. And I guess I don't say that just because my dad wrote it, but I think there's a lot of people join me in that. I don't take any credit for how nice it sounds, but it is a good one. Okay, the Chancellor Waltz. Thank you very much. We're going to do a tune that I hadn't played in a number of years, and found out it was one of John's favorites, and it used to be one of mine, but I just kind of forgot about it. I guess sign of old age or something. I keep forgetting tunes. This is called a Red Apple Rag. Taylor. That was great. John, thank you. You know, I guess it never ceases to amaze me of the fabulous musicians that you meet around the country. And many of them, I guess the bulk of them, you never hear about. And John was telling me a while ago that he was born and raised in Mountain View, lives in the same house he's brought home to. That's a record that I can't boast. And nobody else wants to, John said. John, we did a tune out in the little theater a while ago that I'm going to spring on you, and it's Billy in the Low Ground, but I think a number of these people that may not have heard it. One of the old, probably one of the old original fiddle tunes. I think it's more than a couple of 100 years old. I think it has its origins in Ireland, as much of the old-time fiddle tunes had their roots back in Scotland and Ireland. We don't recognize them in the style that we hear them in this day and age, but certainly the tunes, as they came over here, came from those kind of roots. Billy in the Low Ground strikes a picture in mind of somebody back in the plowing in the bottoms, but whatever it is, it's a good fiddle tune, been around for a long time. We'll try it for you. Thank you. Well, you can always tell a good musician when you just turn around and he does it. And we haven't rehearsed that one. That's great. John Taylor. Apple Blossom. That's another one we hadn't rehearsed either. I think we better wait till tonight to do that, and we'll woodshed a little bit between now and then. I'd like to do that, another one that Benny Thompson, like I mentioned to you, learning a lot of my stuff from Benny, and I don't know how many of you know him, but he was legendary in the fiddle circles. He came from a long line of fiddle players, I guess, as many of us do. In my case, I didn't come from a long line. My daddy played a little bit. But Benny's granddaddy, Luke Thomason, wrote a tune he called Midnight on the Water, and this is going to be my final number. It's going to require me to retune, but I like it well enough to take the time to do that, and if you'll be patient, I'll do that. Okay, from the repertoire of Mr. Benny Thompson passed on to me, back to his grandfather, Luke, and to him, and now to me. And I hope a lot of youngsters have taken this tune and begun to play it. The old fiddle tunes tend to fall by the wayside if we don't play them and pass them along, because nobody really took the time to write them down. I guess there are some books that you can still get, but I'm sure there's thousands of fiddle tunes that will die with some of the fiddle players that play them. So I'm hoping this is one that will survive, and it's called Midnight on the Water. Thank you.
Thank you. You think you could stand to hear him play another one? He knows one more he can do for you.
I'll do a tune. I'm going to do one. This will work with where I have my fiddles tuned right now, and it's kind of an interesting tune. It's called the Bonaparte Retreat. And if you listen close and have a pretty good imagination, you may hear some bagpipes and some marching soldiers in here and whatever else your imagination will allow. Thank you very much.
Jim is going to be on the evening concert tonight, and he'll be playing some more tonight, along with a lot of other fine musicians from this area. And in addition to Texas Shorty, and our musicians from here at the Folk Center. We have the Hill and Holler Cloggers from North Little Rock will be dancing tonight, as well as some Ozark Folk Center square dances. So there'll be a lot of dancing and some good traditional country music and some more fine fiddle music tonight. So we hope you'll be able to be back with us. We also have a couple of events that are coming up next year that are brand new. One we did start last year, the Invitational Fiddle Competition, in which we invite winners of state championships and other major fiddle contests around the country to perform. And we'll have 10 contestants of the top 10 of the top fiddlers in the country will be in that contest in April, the first weekend in April. A new event next year, something that is proven to be very popular here, is our gospel concerts. And next year, the second weekend in April, we'll be doing a gospel jubilee, which will involve a Friday night show, an all-day gospel singing on Saturday, and a special concert on Saturday night featuring the Masters Five. And we're looking forward to that weekend with some of the top gospel groups in Arkansas appearing here, as well as the Masters Five, and the Monarchs will be also on that program on Friday. So we think we've got some good events lined up. And also next year, there are a lot of good things coming up in our calendar, which a lot of you are familiar with, but we're going to be adding to the shows in the fall, too, following the Spigma Fiddle Championships, which are held generally the first weekend in November. We'll also be having a salute to Arkansas songwriters, which is something a little bit different for us because we're primarily concerned with traditional music here. But after the season is over with, there'll be a few special shows, and this one particular show will involve a lot of the musicians from the Ozarks and this Arkansas and southern Missouri who are writing their own music. And we're looking forward to that, too, as something that would be really unique and special. And then a family band jubilee. A lot of folks that come to the Folk Center enjoy family groups, and there are a number of good ones in Arkansas and this region, the Ozark region, and so we thought we'd try to get them all together for a weekend of Saturday all-day music with featuring some of the excellent family bands and duos and groups in this part of the country. So I hope that you'll be looking for those events. Our Ozark Christmas is coming up this year in December, and that's always a big event for us. Of course, Spigma's contest is the National Bluegrass Fiddle Championships will be held here on the first weekend in November this year. Now, we have a group that we'd like to bring out and have you meet now. This group is been playing at the Folk Center. Some members of it have been here ever since the Folk Center started, and we're lucky to get them because they're in demand to play in a lot of different places, and we're always pleased whenever they're available for us. And this is a group called Leatherwoods, which most of you will know, featuring their fiddle Roger Fountain. So would you welcome them, please?
Okay, thank you. We'd like to say it's good to be here this afternoon. Hear some good fiddlers like Texas Shorty. Great. We got old Dean with us here today, Dean Hinesley. So me and him worked on an old song back there a while ago. We'd like to do one for you called Rubber Dolly.
Roger wanted us to do a song. He does some real pretty backup fiddling. This is Kay Blair coming out here. We're going to do an old one called Dumbarton's Drums.
Dumbarton's drums, they sound so bonny when they remind me of my Johnny. What fond delight can steal upon me when Johnny kneels and kisses me across the fields of Belming heather. Dumbarton tolls the hour of pleasure, a song of love that knows no measure when Johnny kneels and sings to me. Is he alone who can delight me? His graceful eye, it doth invite me, and when his tender arms enfold me, the darkest night doth turn to day. My love, he is a handsome laddie, although he is Dumbarton's caddy. Someday I'll be a captain's lady when Johnny tends his vow to me. Dumbarton's drums, they sound so bonny.
You're in for another treat. I know you've been hearing lots of good fiddling all day today. Roger's going to get another fiddle out. He mentioned Dean Hinesley on the end, playing banjo, or Smokey, we call him a lot. Bob Blair playing rhythm guitar. And I introduced his wife, Kay Blair. She said she's the fiddle holder back here. And I'm Jean Jennings, and we do call ourselves Leatherwoods. I'm going to turn it over to Roger now.
I got my old red squeaky fiddle out here. We're going to do one. This is off another cross key tuning, and one called a Black Mountain Rag. And I'd like to do that for Ray Watts out there. He requested this tune.
good dancing out here too. Now Roger's going to change back again. We want to say that we hope all of you will come back to the show tonight. Have a good one. There'll be a lot of musicians up here. I think Kay's going to come and we're going to sing a gospel song now. It's called 50 Miles of Elbow Room. You like that one? Okay.
Oh, the gates are wide on the other side, just beyond the sunset sea. There'll be room to spare as you enter there. There's room for you and me. Oh, the gates are wide on the other side, where the flowers ever bloom. On the right hand, on the left hand, 50 miles of elbow room. Walls and gems of jasper are not made with human hands. 100 miles, its gates are wide, abundant entrance there. 50 miles of elbow room on either side to spare. Oh, the gates are wide on the other side, just beyond the sunset sea. There'll be room to spare as you enter there. There's room for you and me. Oh, the gates are wide on the other side, where the flowers ever bloom. On the right hand, on the left hand, 50 miles of elbow room. I long to reach for altitude where fairer flowers bloom. Won't be long till I shall pass into that city fair. 50 miles of elbow room on either side to spare. Oh, the gates are wide on the other side, just beyond the sunset sea. There'll be room to spare as you enter there. There's room for you and me. Oh, the gates are wide on the other side, where the flowers ever bloom. On the right hand, on the left hand, 50 miles of elbow room. 50 miles of elbow room.
Thank you.
We're going to try to do one more. You've all been a good audience. We really enjoyed this. And, we're going to be on the show, I think, tonight. We're going to do Bob's songs, an old truck driving song here. We'll get it started here, kind of an old truck, you know, and hauling a load of logs. They grind their gears. Sound a little bit like this. Highway Blues.
Thank you. That's the Leatherwoods. And they'll be back tonight along with some other folks. And I'd like to remind you again, too, that there are some of Texas Shorty's records and tapes in the back of the auditorium. If you'd like to hear this kind of fiddle music, we sure can recommend those very easily. One of the things that we like about these jamborees is we always find a lot of the young folks that are playing traditional music and playing some of the instruments like the fiddle. And we're pleased this afternoon to have several of those there. We'd like you to meet a young lady from Thayer, Missouri, who's playing the fiddle. And I know you're going to enjoy meeting her and hearing her play. Would you welcome, please, Erin Coda Jarvie. Her father, Frank, is going to be playing the banjo, and Hank and Elaine, you've already met.
Red Wing. This one's Buffalo Gals. I'm going to attempt to try and do a waltz now called the Shenandoah Waltz. Our last one's going to be Lost Indian.
We have a fiddler from Salina, Kansas, going to play for you now. In fact, he's playing a fiddle that was made here at the Folk Center by Monty Avery, who runs our fiddle shop. And we'd like for you to meet him, Mr. M.K. Vickroy.
I call this D medley. It's about 3 songs. An old fiddle song. C and a G. I don't know the name of it. If any of you know the name of this, let me know. I'm going to try Cotton Eye Joe. I've heard somebody play it today, and it was really pretty good. So we can take a whack at it. Thank you much. Thank you, Hobart.
We've got a good old Arkansas fiddler for you now, and he's been doing pretty well in contests this year, and a fine fiddler from Ozone, Arkansas, Paul Andrews.
This is a waltz called the Lazenda Waltz. Jerusalem Ridge. This next tune, Mr. Ken Sloan calls it Hot Foot. Mr. Gordon McCann here, the gentleman playing guitar with me, he called it Old Parnell. But my daddy wrote the tune, and the proper name of it is Grandpa Cut Your Toenails, You're Tearing Up All the Sheets. Hattie's Waltz. In C. E and then F. We got one more tune, and my wife especially wanted me to play Down Yonder. There are a lot of good fiddlers up in Missouri, and we're always glad when we can get some of them down here. But I think of all the states in the Union that do fiddle contests and that type of thing, they put on a lot of good ones up there. And this fella you're going to meet now is one of the finest old-time fiddlers you'll find in the state of Missouri, Hal Teague from Bixby, Missouri. Nolan Sutton playing guitar for him.
We got some more good pickers here, too.
Yes. I think they've met some of these fellas, but some of these folks may not have. Gordon McCann, who's one of these Missouri guitar players up here, and Elaine Blumenthal on the bass fiddle down the other end.
No, I want them to know who was out here because I don't want to take all the blame. We're gonna start off here and do a tune. We want to do something that we think is pretty old. At least it ought to be. I learned them when I was a kid. And one entitled The Cotton Blossoms. That comes from down in the cotton country, I guess. So, boys, we do this one in C, but we'll take off in A if that's going to confuse you any. Well, we're going to try to do a waltz now. Like Gordon said a while ago, all fiddlers said they're going to try to do something. And they've been doing it all their lives, so let's see if we can get through this one, what you say, for the, no telling how many times. tune called Georgiana Moon. It is a little difficult for me to play, so if I get all messed up, don't think anything about it.
Play blues card?